Hello everyone, this is Chorus Landwalker, and this is an off-schedule stream, because usually my streams are on Wednesday nights and Saturday afternoons, and instead we're going to be doing today's stream. Well, not instead, but in addition to those streams, we are doing today's streams, and we will be indulging in a bit of Valheim. So, let's get started. For those who have caught my earlier off-stream, and incidentally, before I get too far, if you notice any problems with my voice audio or background noise, let me know, please. My audio drivers went bats on me recently, and I had to do some resets, and I'm not entirely sure the microphone is working quite the way I want it to. So if I sound louder, if I sound softer, if there's background noise going on, please say something. I'll try to do something about it. I just... never-ending headaches with the audio sometimes with this game. Well, not this game, but my software, my computer. I should probably get another set of headsets that are, using a more current driver of some kind, which would work better, but that would require me to spend, more money. And I have some other bigger purchases that are on deck that aren't nearly as fun, but far more necessary. Okay, so we have the imaginatively named character, Landwalker. I know, but I already had Korth being used for a solo session game thing. And we are operating in a lovely world known as this land. Again, not exactly highly creative. Although it does refer to something, points to whoever figures it out. Last time, I managed to take down the Elder, although the Elder was a lot harder than I remembered him being. Sheesh. Took me out 3 times. It was the first time the Elder had ever gotten even 1 kill off of me. And I spent some time putting this together. My new home base. At least this is what I'm envisioning as my new home base. It's not quite complete, obviously, because, I've got dirt floors. But here's the general plan. Over here is the cooking area. The cooking area will also include an area over here, which will be a second level, where I will be having my bedding area. What I haven't worked out is how the heck I'm going to get up to my bedding area. Although I think I might have a plan here. Obviously, I'm going to need a heap of wood, and I don't know how much wood I'm carrying right now. Perhaps if I started from here, though. We're going to get right into the meat of this by trying to build this upward from here. Okay, this seems like it would be high enough. So we're going to... I was kind of hoping to have, this area as kind of a window. But I might need to make it a smaller window if I want to anchor that to anything. Yeah, there was a reason why I called the title of this stream, This New House, because that is what we're doing with this. Let's at least have my everything facing the right way. Okay, that's anchored on, kind of, a little bit. And my goal, ultimately, oh, that's not going to stay at all, is it? Is to make the upstairs the bedding area for this character, where it'll be nice and convenient to the fire below. Oh yeah, this is going to work. This will work perfectly if I can get everything to, fit properly here. This is going to work out great. Now, some of this is going to probably get torn down as I go along, and the reason for that is, not to put a fine point on it or anything. Hey, Cap! How are you doing today? I hope my voice sounds okay to you, because I've had some issues with audio drivers today. Well, not today, but over the last couple days. Had to reinstall them, and I have no idea what kind of damage I've done to my microphone, so if you can't hear me, if you're having trouble hearing me, if I sound too loud, please tell me. Sounds good? Oh, thank heavens. Because that was a worry of mine. Out of wood. So, I've already used it up. No, this is not the bridge to nowhere. This is my new home base. I'll go into more of a description as to what exactly it involves once I get myself a little bit more wood to play with. So I need to deforest the area a little more. Because if there's one thing I'm dedicated to, it's ecological destruction. Of course, I also have these critters that like to show up, and they get in the way, so I hit them. You know, it occurs to me that I might have had some stacks of wood somewhere, too. This is what happens when you leave a character alone between streams. You lose track of where everything is at. Once I get some of these sapperlings knocked down. Sapperlings. Man, I've been playing too much Magic the Gathering. Saplings taken down. I should also do a crafting table and just disassemble this structure for the wood. But not right now. Okay, so what I've got here on the right-hand side is going to be the workshop where I have my forge and workbench and anything I need to build things. It also has a door to the dock. Well, my future dock. Right now it's just a pier, but it will be a dock. Center area is going to be a great hall kind of thing. And then over here on this side is going to be a combination living area and cooking area. Because food is critical in this game. Unfortunately, it's also turning out to be nighttime, or getting close to it, so I'm going to make my way back to my current home base. Once we have the area a little bit more filled in there, then we're going to start relocating everything from the old base to the new one. Because right now my new base is completely unprotected. I mean, it's got, you know, walls, but it doesn't have a stake wall for protection. And honestly, even stake walls aren't going to help against the kind of trouble I'm expecting. You see, because I took down the Elder last time, I've put myself in the horrible, horrible position of opening myself up to potential raids by trolls. That's right. One troll is bad enough. Think about just how much fun it'll be to deal with groups of trolls. Which kind of reminds me that I should probably do something about some of the stuff I'm carrying right now, because I am carrying too much stuff. And some of it, I just need to get rid of some of the stuff, that's all. I'm going to take the feathers, because I'm going to need more fire arrows, because if trolls are coming, I'm going to want those fire arrows. I think I'm going to need another chest. There's no way around it. I just need to dump things off. I have a spare hammer in case, you know, I run into trouble in that arena. Seeds, eyes, rocks, fine wood, more seeds. Okay, I think that's about as good as I can ask for right now. Let's go to the workbench here before I get too far in. Do some quick repairs. Make some of those fire arrows. Just stick a wand up his nose. Problem solved. Hey, does this look like Harry Potter? We have no wand here. I have to make do with what I've got, which is a mace and a bow and an axe, and hope that it's sufficient. And I mean really hope. I'll throw those in. And we'll put the feathers back in there. And I've got plenty of resin. Put the mushrooms in. Actually, we'll chow down a blueberry, some honey, and a strawberry. You know, lousy for health, but good for stamina. Yeah, all this stuff, it has a destiny, and its destiny is to be relocated. But not until I feel that I have a defensible home base. Now, of course, the other problem here is raids can happen when I'm working. Which means I could very well have a troll attack before I get done out here. So, you know, things to look forward to. Trolls suck. Okay, let's finish up the upstairs. Well, for a given value of finish. Like I said, I'm probably going to take out some of it because I'm going to need a chimney to basically send out all the smoke. And you know what? I think I may have already planned for that. That might be from here. First things first. Let's get the main floor done. I'm trying to put the horse before the cart. Well, the cart before the... How does that phrasing go? Man, you would think I would be better at something like that. Suffice it to say, I'm getting ahead of myself. And we'll finish up over here. Now we'll go around underside here and fill this area in. Make it all clever looking like. Yeah, you know what? I could have done that better. Let's get rid of those and put full size in. Better. Of course, I now have some wood outside. I wonder if I can get close enough to grab it from here. No, it looks like I'm going to have to actually go down right next to it. One of the benefits of not having my walls complete yet. Alright. Alright. So let's start working the cooking area here. Initially, the cooking area is basically going to consist of one thing, a campfire. Sadly, my campfire is lacking something. Stone. Looks like I didn't make my plans quite as good as I'd hoped. Luckily, stone is something that there is no shortage of around here. Oh, look, there's a log here. I must have chopped that down and never got around to... Oh, better yet, it's oh, better yet. It's not one I chopped down. It's one that's been there for heaven knows how long. Well, it's free wood now. Build a stamina, jump back in. Okay, this area looks like I've built it for the sole purpose of being able to have a fire without the fire going out. So let's see what happens if I put a fire here. Now, the game includes smoke inhalation. You can die of smoke. So the goal here is to make sure that the smoke goes out and yet will allow me not to have a horrible thing happen, like, I don't know, me die. I think we can all agree that that would be a bad way to go. Oh, look, my neighbors are showing up. This is why I want to build a wall. Okay, good news. I can put that there. Bad news. Okay, let's put up the 26-degree one. I am kind of almost over-typing some of the wood I've got here. That's just par for the course, honestly. Okay, even though I've walled this off, I'm still getting the heat from the fire, which means the plan is going as expected. Unfortunately, I seem to have a minor problem with how I've got this constructed. Okay, well, you know what? That's not a big deal either. That's not a big deal. I'm not going to worry about something that I don't need to worry about. And we'll take the last of the... put up the wall here. And up here. Oh, that's pretty filled in. But you'll see I am still getting comfort from the fire. And that's what I want. So I am going to put my... Well, I would put my bed there, but apparently I have made the mistake of using too much wood. Okay, let's see if I actually have any wood lying around. I don't think I do because, honestly, as you may have guessed, I might have used a little... Oh, I did... Oh, but that's core wood. I'm pretty sure that's core wood. I can't use the core wood. I mean, I can, but not for that. So I think it's time that we do what I was threatening to do earlier, which is take down that shed. The first part is to make sure I have enough wood for a workbench. I can get that from one tree. Now, the observant individuals out there will note that I have available the Elder Power, which theoretically makes me a nightmare with an axe when it comes to attacking trees. But I don't want to use it yet because, well, I'm not going on my tree massacre frenzy like I did last week. Not yet. It'll happen. I just want enough to build a crafting table. And the crafting table will allow me to just disassemble this thing instead of, you know, hitting it with an axe repeatedly. Oh, is there anything in that chest? Spare torch? Hey, why not? And come to think of it, I don't even want that chest around, so we'll just get rid of that too. Oh, gee. Did I see a message telling me I was poisoned? I must have hit a beehive somewhere in there and didn't know it. Well, that's good. That means I'll be able to build another beehive later. Beehives are great. Beehives make honey. Honey is critical because that is an essential ingredient in making certain types of mead, which will become very crucial in the not-too-distant future. Well, we'll see. Ah! I accidentally walloped my crafting table. Can't disassemble without my crafting table. Okay, how much wood do we got now? After all that, 70 wood. Not horrible. I mean, not awesome, but not horrible. So, back into the house, and we're going to wrap up the second floor by building the bed. I'm going to build it this way, and the reason for that is when I get up, I don't want my head stuck in the geometry of the roof. And while we're here, let's finish off the roofing here. I was hoping to have some windows available, but, well, I can always still have a window over here. And if I want to do that there, let's do it there too and make it symmetrical. It was supposed to be symmetrical. Oh, I must have knocked down the, okay. I must have lined it with, yeah, I did. I lined that area with beams. I should do the same with the other side then. Because again, let's be symmetrical. It's the little things that matter. It's not much of a view, but you know, it's something. And since we're at it, let's fill up this wall too. And that way, at the very least, my second story will be complete. Okay, let's... That filled it decently. In fact, I kind of like the way that filled out a lot better than what I did over here. What did I do differently? Oh, I filled it in with the smaller set here. Should I? I will. Oops, broke my hammer. Good thing I brought a spare. Perfect. Okay, so I've got the second floor. I've got the bedding here. Let's claim it now, so I remember to spawn there if I have an accident happen. And there we go. A great start. Let's continue the streak. It's time for flooring. Flooring I tend to save till later because, well, I do stuff. And it looks like that some of my flooring is going to run into minor problems because I've got all this dirt piled up. Now if I'm lucky, I can use my hoe to lower it down a bit. Yeah, there we go. Some of it won't lower because it's got more rocky area underneath it, so I need to hit it with my pickaxe to get it there. Now what's going to eventually happen here is I'm going to have a hearth put down here, which is a lot bigger than this little cooking fire. And that's going to open up a number of options. But right now, just a cooking fire. And we are going to have an awful lot of floor space here. Not to mention I've got these dandelions that I really don't need here. Okay, more whacking. Okay, that didn't work as well as I'd hoped. Looks like there's a little bit over there. I'll probably end up hitting that with a pickaxe. Let's get to the side of the campfire. Oh, I'm out of wood again. That's going to be a constant refrain here. Out of wood, out of wood, out of wood. Alright then. Alright then. I think it's time for Tree Massacre, the sequel. Although I do see some wood left over from my last bit of carnage. So why don't we clean that up before I go on the massacre. Oh, this one's not actually left over. Okay, darn, I don't have any more stamina items here, so it feels like it'd be a way, except for this, oh, you know, I'll take what I can get. Tree Massacre, the sequel begins. For 5 minutes, I have enhanced tree cutting power. Now, to be fair, I've never actually noticed any real difference. But psychologically, it feels better, so... Ow. Collect the wood later. Cut the tree now. Of course, if I collected it in the process, well, you know, I'm not going to complain. But the priority is making trees fall down and shatter into bits of wood that I can use. Ooh, I hear trees falling down behind me. Hopefully they're not falling toward me. They're not. I'm wasting my time on these little saplings. Use the power of the Elder on the big ones. One of my essential problems here is it takes stamina to chop things down, so I gotta pause occasionally to let that stamina come back. Ah! Well, that got a little too close. Oh! Almost taken out by a second one. The trees are out to kill me. Undoubtedly revenge. When I was talking about tree massacres, I was talking about massacring the trees, not having the trees massacre me. Oops, looks like I lopped off a fine wood tree. Ah! Well, I guess that just took care of my problem of health. Not the way I wanted to, but for those keeping track, this is my second death by tree. The first one was early on in my career, but luckily I did set this as my spawn point, so recovering my very dead body over there will not be a problem. But the bad news is it also ended my Elder power. So I've got my stuff back. Minus, you know, minus my Elder power. It's on cooldown. It's not going to be available again for 17 minutes and change. Okay, fine. It wants to roll that way, it can roll that way. I'll catch up with it later. And that was my last honey there. And it's getting dark again. Boy, it feels like so little time has passed. But apparently enough of it has passed. And I am also full up on wood. Okay, so we'll do this as a two-part scenario here. Oh, there's some wood left over from when I was smashing things. Let's go inside. And put the wood down here. And here. And you know what? Now I don't have to run all the way back to my home base. I can just sleep here. From a dream of death, you awaken to death itself. You know, that is an ominous bit of foreshadowing there. Grab that wood. Oh geez, I had left my door open. That's just asking for trouble. Never leave the door open if you don't have to. Now the downside of all that, however, is that I no longer have any food on me. Oh, you know what? That doesn't have to be. That doesn't have to be. I'm clearing out a little bit more area here. Eventually, I'm going to be doing a lot more clearing out here because I'm still going to need room for a garden. And I am still planning ahead for the point where I'm going to need to build a portal building that will be relatively adjacent to all of this. Okay, that's about enough to get me through the door. Because what I want to do while I'm here is I want to put up a cooking station. I mean, I've gone this far, I might as well at least have something where I can slap meat on. And I do have some necktails, that is. And if I were smart... Well, before I do that, let's make sure this finishes cooking. It gets embarrassing if I, try to do something else and then this ends up turning into coal because I wasn't paying attention. And necktails cook fairly quickly. Okay, cooked necktail. Yum yum. Since I'm here and since I still have the wood. I might have to reposition that cooking fire a bit. But ultimately, that little cooking fire will also be replaced someday. Not today, because I don't have the essential ingredients to do so. But I am still looking ahead. I left the door open again. What is wrong with me? Actually, oh, that's right. I still have plenty of wood here. Let's take a moment here. Go out the back. And I don't know if I'll be able to get away with this. I'm going to try to put that beehive here and see if their bees are still happy. They need more open space. That's what I feared. They need an open area. They don't need a... They can't have a roof. Unfortunately, I'm hard-pressed to figure where I want to put them right now. Now, I want to have them active. I'll just put it there for now. That's not going to be where it ends up, but it's a temporary location. Reason for that is, I want them... Now, see, this is what happens when you leave your door open. Stake walls are on my list. They really are. More flooring. Actually, let's trash that particular crafting station now, so I can rebuild it on top of a floor. And let's see if I can... Well, that didn't work at all. Okay, pickaxe time. That fixed that area. That fixed that area. You don't have to necessarily be as insane as I am about having perfect wood flooring. That's just me being me. Okay, and everything is solidly on the ground. It is all blue, no green. So that doesn't make a huge difference in the great scheme of things. But it matters to me a little bit. If you're going to go through the effort of doing something like this, make it neat. Sometimes if it doesn't go down, that's what the pickaxe is for. That area seems like it's a little high. Can I pat it down? Yes, I can. Too high up. We're almost done with this wing. This wing of my new base is nearly at its completion state. Just need to get a few more floorboards in. Oops. Oops. I may have made a tactical error here. There we go. I was just hammering away and, well, I think I was kind of damaging the ladder more than the floor. Oh, you know what? I'm going through all this. Never put my armor back on. Don't tell Legend Eternal. Okay. Break that wood down. Finish the job in here. One, two, one, two. And that's the wing. That is the wing. And I'm going to take a second here to put in the flooring under here. Just that far, no further. So my cooking station is done. Legend would wear armor, just no pants with it. Cap, you are 100% correct. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of a two-step process here. First, we're going to collect the wood that I've left over out here. And secondly, we're going to head back to the current home base so that I can start taking some of my food-like objects from my cooking station and move it down here. It's time for my food to be where it should be. But first, some cleaning. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Oh, nope. Gotta stop doing that. Don't want those DMCA strikes. You want to hear the lyrics? Do a search for Lumberjack Song and Monty Python, and you will hear it in all its glory. Oh, are you still breathing? Stop breathing. Okay, I think I've gotten all of my remaining wood from my tree oh, no I didn't. There's some extra wood for my tree massacre over here. Let's not ignore it. Oh, yes, just follow the trail of carnage. And we'll grab that loose bit of wood too. Oh, I seem to hit my weight limit. Okay, maybe I won't go back to my main base right away. First, I'm going to dump off these chunks of wood. That's right, I see you, Grayling. You run. You run. Oh, he's found some bravery. Well, you could call it bravery, or you could call it dumb. You might have a case either way. Stack. What? I don't even have enough for a second stack? How much am I carrying? Oh, it's the fine wood. Okay, that's fair. I do have a chest over here. So I must have been putting stuff in it last time. There we go. Oh, one short of a chest full of, well, a stack full of fine wood. That hurts. That truly hurts. Oh well, life's tough all over. unfortunately, I'm still... Well, that should still be enough. Time to head back. Is there anyone that would enforce DMCA for the Lumberjack song? Well, you know, you never know. Never underestimate the crazed cunning of the lawyers. Best not to chance it. Of course, with my singing voice, the odds of their algorithms being able to match up properly on it is probably very slender. Oh, I want to take these. I want to take these. I really shouldn't, but I am. I'm just adding to my... Oh, and I've broken my axe now. Well, now I feel really stupid. If only I were heading to a forge. Oh, wait. I'm heading to a forge. Is that more wood? Standard wood. Awesome. Of course, that was pretty stupid, because now I'm cutting into the weight I need to go into here. And let's take out... In fact, let's take that out too. Wait for the smoke and all that to clear, and pick up the tin, pick up the stump. It's not going to let me pick up the tin, is it? Alright. It's never simple, is it? What can we ditch right now that's... I know, we have that flint. Maybe it's outside. Flint, flint, flint. I'm here. In here. Good. Free up some weight. While I'm here... Repair the metal stuff. Repair the wood stuff. Grab the tin. I'm still carrying too much. Come on, man. Okay, tell you what. What if I get rid of some of these rocks to build that fire? Still too much. Good heavens, how much am I carrying? Cripes, took 10 tin to make that... Ugh! Okay, fine, let's see. Get rid of all this stone. Still not enough. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. If I've got to... If I have to, I have to. There we go. We'll just throw all that right in there for now. Might as well take the stone now. Would have preferred to have the wood there, but... Oh, it's not like it will be the last time I come back here. And I just realized another problem. I can't build the pot without a forge. So, guess what, forge? You're coming too. And guess what? I'm carrying too much because of the copper now. Yeah, I'm carrying a lot more than I thought I am. Get rid of the stone. Get rid of the wood. And I'll just do the build over there. Oh, is that a grayling over there? Oh, you know, if the grayling leaves me alone, I will leave the grayling alone. I'm all about the live and let live here. Was that a deer I heard? Now, one of the downsides of the way I've built my location there is I did kind of have to carve into the land here. And that's going to make it really difficult to build fortifications with. Especially since I'm not done expanding. Okay, step 1. Building a forge. I can't build a forge because I have no wood. Or stone. Okay, you know what? We're just going to throw the copper here, throw the tin here, and grab some wood and stone. The stone is going to be obviously very easy. There's only a zillion pieces of stone lying around out here, and that's not even counting the stone I get when I'm pickaxing my way to glory. The wood's a little rougher, but there should be enough. I see my elder power is up again, but since we are not engaging in the tree massacre quite yet, we're going to hold off on that. Very good. And I just have to get this last log, and that will be more than enough to build what I gotta build. I still need to wall up the Great Hall here. Although I'm not entirely sure how much I'm going to wall up the back area here, because I kind of like the view. I'll have to think about that. Alright, forge. I need the copper. And then the cooking pot, for which I need the tin. Unfortunately, the cooking station's in the way. So, put the cooking station here. Sorry, the pot there. The cooking station here. And that should be enough for me to pretty much take care of whatever I need to. And then, we're going to trash the forge. And put it here for now. Just for now, I haven't figured out the layout for the workshop set yet, so that's kind of in the future. Now, ultimately, what's going to happen here is I'm going to put a hearth here, somewhere around here, which is going to be longer than what I've got here available. I'm just lacking certain bits of equipment to do so. It's on my list. Okay, now that I've taken care of that, now when I start killing critters like boars and deer and necks, I should be okay as far as being able to make food of almost any kind here, thanks to my cooking station. Let's see, was that a good idea? Yeah, I can go under it. I wasn't 100% sure. Now, to be fair, some of the front end here and the sides are going to kind of look almost barn-like, and there's nothing I can really do about that at the moment. I may have some plans in the future on that, but they are exactly that, the future. I just need to get this to a reasonably good place before we engage in the next phase. But I think right now the next phase is going to be... Yeah, I think the next phase is going to have to be starting to build a stake wall. We're getting to the point where I've got a lot of work put into this, and the last thing I want is to run into a situation where a bunch of trolls show up and say, gee, that's a nice place. Let's wreck it. But once again, I'm going to need wood. Lots and lots and lots of wood. I mean, I was pretty crazed with the wood to begin with, but now, is this core wood? It's core wood. What I really need to do Yeah, you know what? That's what I would do. Let's do that. Do I have any coal? I don't have any coal right now. I suppose I could always take it from the forge. No, we're not going to take it from the forge. I'm not going to do that. Oh, look, it's a grayling. And looks like he's got a friend. Let's say hello to him, too. Because sharing is caring. So I'm sharing with him my mace. Okay, tree massacre beginneth again. No, no, don't spin towards me. To make a stake wall, you need wood. I realize this seems kind of obvious, but there it is. And more to the point, you need a lot of wood. And when you're talking about an area that's the size of my newly constructed home base, we're not talking trivial quantities here. And you know what the worst part about it's going to be? The worst part is the fact that it's temporary. In the end, I do not trust a stake wall to last very long against a troll. I mean, it just won't. You're going to need something with a little more oomph to deal with a troll. I don't have the tools yet, however, to do the oomph, shall we say. Oh, very good, Grayling. You managed to knock me deeper into the water. Take that. I hope you're proud of yourself. Oh, look, deer meat. And hide. And they're shallow enough for me to get. Well, that made that worth it. Okay, that takes care of all the logs in the water. I'm not going to worry about picking up the wood quite yet. More concerned with the chopping. Oops, gotta get the axe out too to do the chopping. Ah, no, no, not my way, not my way. There will come a time when falling trees will not scare me. We haven't hit that point yet. I see you. Okay, work my way over here. Must hit another big tree. 2 minutes to go. Ah! I took out a strawberry bush. Oh, that hurts. More log. More chopping. Let's see if I can get a couple at once. Of course, it occurs to me that last time I did a couple at once, the trees killed me. So perhaps that was not the smartest thing I could have done. Well, the good news is the tree hasn't fallen on me yet. Despite its best attempts, apparently, because they seem to be heading my way an awful lot today. Tree massacre ends in under a minute. If only my stamina will cooperate with me. Just a little more. Ah, it's running away. Don't run away. 18 seconds. Yeah, I can get rid of this stump in that 18 seconds. 9. Of course, I got a few more stumps. And my axe is broken, so tree massacre has ended. Let's start stacking things up and get ready for the mass construction to come. Boy, it looks awful bare out here, doesn't it? I'm gonna try to get the wood I've got in the water first. Luckily, it doesn't seem like I had too much go in the water in the end. Oh, missed one over here. Very good, very good. Catch all the fallen wood that I couldn't pick up before because I was overloaded. With any luck, I'll be overloaded again. I am overloaded again. Excellent. While I'm here... Okay, that didn't work as well as I'd hoped. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to jump over the wall and into the... There we go. Do some repair work. And then let's see about grabbing the last of the wood. Plus, maybe I'll do some cleanup on those stumps. After all, those stumps will give me wood too. Can't possibly pass those up. Chop, chop. Especially now that I've repaired my axe. I mean, come on. Sometimes, though, the wood is... There we go. The wood is a little too close to the ground sometimes, and difficult to cut into. The trees are wiping their brows, thankful the massacre has ended. Yes, for now. Little do they know, though, that it can recur at almost any time. And probably will, because I'm relatively sure that all the wood I've collected here still isn't going to be enough. Oh, hi, Grayling. Bye, Grayling. Oh, heck, I can't leave that log just sitting there unattended, can I? I think not. Okay. It's time for the next line of defense. For that, I will need a crafting table that I'm going to move around as I go because we're going to be covering a lot of territory. And then we're going to start building the stake wall. Each stake wall segment takes 4 wood. So, you know, each stack of wood is going to give me roughly maybe 11 segments, maybe 12. 12 segments, plus a couple left over. And I'm kind of building into the water here because a lot of the bad guys here can swim somewhat, so I want to make it as difficult as possible for them to come in the back way. You'll also notice that occasionally I can't make it snap to it because I'm rising in height. That's something that can't be helped at the moment. And out of wood. Like I said, oh, that's a big gap. I don't want that big a gap. Get rid of that. I still need to go a bit further, and I need to move the workbench. See what I mean about really needing to have a lot of wood? That was not an exaggeration. The amount of wood I need to properly protect this area is going to be a big number. I'm trying to take advantage of that rock, but I don't think I'm going to be able to take advantage of it as much as I want to. Close enough. Okay, that's far enough. Now we start going parallel. I was hoping to get this thing to snap, but it looks like it doesn't want to snap because of that rock. Well, you know what? If a rock is in my way and I find it inconvenient, make it go away. There we go. I might have to level ground a bit. I can do that. It's still pretty low. Oh, you know what? Fine. If it wants to do it that way, we'll do it that way. Missing requirement. More wood. Ah, not there. Ah. Sometimes I just manage to build these things where they're not snapped to something, and it has effects. Undesirable effects. And I am out of wood and out of workbench. So break workbench. New stack. We'll build the workbench. Here. There we go. For a minute there, I didn't think I was going to be able to get quite where I wanted to. Back to the stake wall. Up. Try to get it attached whenever I can. Sometimes I can't, which explains the unevenness of the height of the wall. In an ideal world, this would not be a problem. Sadly, this is not an ideal world. Also in an ideal world, I would have plenty of wood to work with. Fine. But I'm out of wood here, and I think I only have one more stack to play with. And then... Oh, wait a second. I have an extra stack of wood here. Well, that worked out nicely. It still won't get me to all the way around, but it should at least get me okay with the big length here. May all my guesses be right. Okay, hammer broke. Good thing I carry a spare. Proper planning is everything. In fact, I'll go so far as to say that most of the time when things go horribly wrong for me, it's because I didn't plan properly. This rock might be an issue. Well, I was always going to get rid of this rock sooner or later anyway. And don't think I haven't seen you, little rock. You're on my list too. You're in the way. 1 second here. Pesky spam calls. That will not be a problem now, though. Okay, let's get rid of this little rock. I don't believe I will need to get rid of that other big rock that's on the right of the screen, because I don't think I need to build that far out. And I'm out of range of the workbench. Getting nice and foggy out here. Let's hope that's not a sign. Okay, one more segment this way. And then we start building down. Now, the clever folks in the class will probably have realized something by now that should have been fairly obvious early on here. Here I am, building myself a big stake wall, but there is something very important missing on this stake wall so far. Namely, a way out. Yes, I have yet to build myself a door, or a gate to be more precise. That'll be coming. That'll be coming. It's just not an immediate priority compared with, you know, actually having the construction complete. Plus, like I said, this stake wall, it's temporary. All the work I'm putting into this isn't built to last. What I need is a wall made of something substantially stronger than wood. But again, that's just not available at this time. But the plans are in motion. Once we have the stake wall complete, then I think we'll be in a decent place to move the rest of my stuff from the old base to the new. Although I think we'll be keeping a couple of the things there just for convenience. Not to mention, it would make good bait for troll raids. If they attack something that I'm not defending, I'm calling that a win. Hello. Goodbye. Where did that other piece of wood go? I have a feeling it went all the way to the ocean. No, I think it actually hit the stake wall. Well, that's irony for you. Basically fell down right where I wanted to use it. I am feeling cold. It's nighttime. I better stop with the build out here and go back inside and get some sleep. At some point, I will be putting some interior lighting in here. Just not quite there yet. Okay, it's still dark, but let's grab some of the honey from my beehive there for free stamina. And you know what? I did notice that I am carrying... Oops, my fire went out. That's what happens when I only put one log in there. Can I actually cook anything with this? I don't have the material needed to make the stew right now, so we'll just have to cook the deer meat on its own. That should give me some health to work with. Hey, Ace Pokemon 220. Hi there. Glad you could join the stream. I am at present basically completing today's work on my new home base. I've recently took down the Elder, and it was time to expand, and this is basically the construction. Over here is basically going to be the kitchen area. Upstairs is the sleeping area, and over here will eventually be the workshop area, which will be adjacent to, well, right now it's just a pier, but one day it will become a dock. But once I finish the exterior defenses, which is basically this really, really long stake wall, it'll be time to do something a little bit more interesting. And that's going to be looking for swamps. After all, swamps are key to just about everything else. Oh, looks like I've exceeded my workbench supply again. God, move that workbench. On this particular character, I have taken out the Elder and Eikthyr. The next fellow is still ahead. Right. I was supposed to build a crafting station here, wasn't I? And, of course, it's not going to be anywhere nice and neat to level, so we'll just level here and do it. The Elder turned out to be a little rougher than I remembered him being last time I did this. He actually killed me 3 times, and before I'd had a perfect record. It was very disconcerting. I don't know if I've gotten out of practice, or if they made him tougher, or a mechanic changed somewhere along the line, or if it was just dumb luck. Have I found any swamps yet? No, I have not. So that is going to be priority numero uno. That's about as far out as we want to go here. Final step. Let's make a gate. And I'd kind of like to make the gate somewhere where I've got at least a couple contiguous pieces of wood. Here looks like the place to be. I'll bring up my map momentarily. Crafting station, because I can't do the work without one. Break. And I still don't have enough wood for the gate. Yeah, 4 wood for the wall, 12 for each door. That's just wrong. I do have a ship. Yes, I do have a ship. It's in fact, if I can get myself to look a little over there. It's just a carve right now. I don't have the stuff necessary to make the longship yet. Obviously, since, you know, the material for that is in the swamp. But I do have the carve. In fact, it was necessary for me to locate the trader, which I did locate, but I'm a little short on funds, so wasn't able to get some of the really neat stuff that I'd like to get a hold of. I don't expect that to be a long-term issue, though. 25. Okay, 25 is enough for what I need. Door number 1. Too low. Door number 1. Door number 2. And now that grayling can just sit out there wondering, hey, how do I get in? Well, the answer is simple, my friend. You don't go in. Why no cape? Well, I would love to come up with a really sophisticated answer that would show how clever I am, but the truth is, I just never got around to doing it. I mean, I've got the bone, I've got the hide, I just never got around to doing it. Okay, the map. So far, it's been basic. I've certainly got a great place for mountains when the time comes for me to go to the mountains, but not as of yet. But I find 9 times out of 10, you rarely find swamps on your beginning area, so I'm kind of doubting that I'm going to find swamps in all of this area. Now watch, later on I'll go around there and there'll be a swamp and I'll feel like a complete idiot. It would not be the first time. I think it will be more likely that I'll be able to locate it on this landmass, where I found the Elder and where I dealt with a couple crypts. And we are going to likely be going there again very soon. Now, the good news is I do have a couple of portals. They're just not at this particular location. So what I'm going to do is first we're going to take care of this. Mountains are our next book after swamp. Yeah, next biome, right. Yeah, autocorrect does that to me all the time. I feel the pain. Autocorrect and I are old friends. And by old friends, I mean I hate them. But yeah, there'll be mountains, and then the plains. Now, some folks unfamiliar with Valheim might think the plains sound nice and sedate and peaceful, and nothing horribly dangerous could live there. Don't believe the hype. I see plains too early, and I'm going to run like hell. Oh, there's the pieces of stuff that I had earlier. Oh, and now I'm carrying too much again. What can I dump off? The wood again. Naturally. Okay, we'll dump the wood off. Got enough for here, so I'll take the stone and make a pile of stone. The pile of stone will be useful later. Probably invented by Hurston Security. Autocorrect. Plains are rough. Yes, they are. If you are not prepared for the plains, stay away from the plains. The plains are no joke. The plains will tear you a new one with no trouble at all. There is one more thing I should do before I go looking for swamps, though. You see, while I've done all this stuff here, I should take this outside, too. I don't need that wood inside. What I should do is build a new pickaxe. You see, up until now I'd been using the antler pickaxe because while it took me longer to mine the copper, it had the benefit of allowing me to fix it at a workbench, a standard workbench. No special stuff needed. So I would just construct a workbench outside where I was working the copper, do the repair, come back, done. That quick, that easy, that simple. Bronze pickaxes will not be like that. Even when I reached endgame and got the latest armor, I'm still afraid of the plains. Again, I'm right with you there. I can take on a few of those critters without a problem, but when they start coming in... Okay, looks like we have some uninvited guests. Well, if I'm going to have an attack, this is where I want to have an attack, because I'm in pretty good shape here. We have a bunch of skeletons and equally horrible things making an attack on my original base. Now, these skeletons could be chopping at these walls for a while, and it's not going to really do too much. Especially if I get really mean and kind of sit back and just repair as we go along. However, the problem is they may not be the only things coming here. Yeah, see that guy over here in the green eyes? Those are Draugr. And they are going to be more of a problem. But the stake walls do seem to be doing that. Eat something. You know, I think that is an awesome idea. I should eat something now. If they manage to break through, I'm going to be in serious trouble if I don't have something. Let's see, where's my cooked food? I may have eaten all my cooked food. Oh, that was pretty stupid of me. Okay, fine. Carrot, mushroom, strawberry. Things go right, though, they'll never even get inside, because I'll just keep repairing the walls as they beat on them. Oh, that door's in bad shape. Repair that. State walls are holding. Mostly. Now the good news... Oh, that one was looking pretty bad. Good thing we got there. I should have built a roof for that gate too. In fact, I should build a roof for the gate at the new home base. I just haven't gotten around to it. Now the good news, the best part of all these raids, is they eventually end. And when they end, they will start going away. Oh, no, I can't really have you guys going through the doors. See, the smell is gone. So eventually some of these guys are going to start, you know, leaving. Oh, look, and it's Hugin. He undoubtedly has something to say. Probably to tell me that, yeah, you can expect raids every so often. Let's see, who do we have out there still pounding at us? Ah, it's still the Draugr. Come on, guys. Go home. It's over. Go home. There's just a little too many of these guys to try to go out there and give them what they deserve. Oh, no, boys. You don't get to hit the... You do not get to break the... Well, let's see. Who's out there? Everybody's out there. They all want a piece of me. You know, I really expected them to go home by now. Okay. Well, if they're going to do that, then I might as well start prepping for a more proper reception. Oh, wait, I do have some... Ah, how about that? All this time I had that and I didn't even realize it. Now, honestly... Ah! I was hoping there was only a skeleton out of that side. Ow. Okay, that was a little bit too much of a hit. Run! Sorry, Hugin, I'd love to chat, but unfortunately I have higher priorities, like moving. Hi, dear. Here, go distract the Draugr. Draugr. Whatever the heck is pronounced it. You bring tidings? Awesome. Do they involve getting rid of the Draugr? No? Okay. And we don't need to talk. is still at me, isn't he? But you know, the good news is, I only see one of him. There's still a skeleton out there firing. Yes, Hugin, I know you're there. I appreciate it. Okay, let's recuperate some of the stamina, and then we're going to try to... Okay, that didn't work as well as I'd hoped. Need more health. Need one of my strawberries to eventually start fading out so I can take this guy down. Oh, come on! I left you guys behind. Who told those skeletons they could catch up? Bait him to swing and step back. Yeah, I agree completely. The problem here is he's got his reinforcement friend still there with the arrows. How close is he? Oh, good. That buys me time. Yeah, sucks to be you, huh? Closed doors. Oh, and he's at it again. Oh, good. Strawberries. Bang. Okay, that'll give me some more health to work with. And that'll give me better odds of taking this guy out. Out the back door. Helpful tip. Always have multiple ways in and out of your stake walls. Just for occasions like this. In fact, if I can get up, there he is. Come and get me, ugly. And that takes care of Draugr. Entrails. Got a stag hammer? I do not have stag breaker built. You know, I've never actually done very well with the two-handed weapons. Although I should probably give that a try at some point. I guess I better talk to Hugin or he'll never stop bugging me. It looks like everybody else has left the vicinity. You have been invaded! Wow, Hugin! How'd you guess? Monsters will lay siege to your camp from time to time. Strength of arms does not guarantee you victory in these situations. Build a strong defense to weather out the storm. Well, you know, the problem there, Hugin, is I did have a strong defense, and they wouldn't go away. Tell you something. On the other hand, better to attack here than the new base. Okay, let's see. Where do I have Explore pointing right now? I've got two portals operational right now. One pops me to the Trader, which is a great spot to put me really close to the Elder, which is also handy. Oh, I guess actually I don't think Explore is actually active right now. Perfect. The Stag Hammer is pretty useful in the swamp. Well, you know what? Costs me nothing to try, doesn't it? Let me go inside and repair my hammer. Let's see, Stag Breaker, Core Wood. And naturally, I'm pretty sure all my Core Wood is at the new base. So let's find out. I'm almost certain I have enough deer heads. There's my Core Wood. Let's replace it with... what's useless? Well, the torch isn't completely useless, but for now it's useless. And now, let's see. Stag heads. Ah! Only 4? Oh, I completely flubbed my supply of stag heads. Okay, well, Stag Breaker may not happen. I don't want to spoil things since I haven't been there yet. Well, let me just stop you right there because this character has not been there yet. I myself have gone through pretty much everything that's in the game at the moment. So, no need to worry about me personally. Other viewers, maybe. But me personally, I'm good. Okay, leather scraps, leather scraps. Oh, come on. Don't I have leather scraps in here? So they must be outside. See, this is another reason I wanted to build the new base. Not only does it give me easy access to the ocean, I don't have any leather scraps. I don't have any leather scraps. I am flabbergasted. Flabbergasted. How do I not have any leather scraps? Okay, it's actually pretty easy for me not to have any leather scraps because I've, probably been using them all. So clearly I'm going to have to get more. Well, let's get past the nighttime here. I swear they've added more to this dialogue since Home and Hearth rolled around. Okay, so... boar hunting. And while I'm at it, I might as well prepare to grab some copper too, because again, like I had mentioned earlier, I don't have a bronze pickaxe, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to need a bronze pickaxe to get past certain important sections and gain certain important materials. Let's see, use a stag hammer to kill leeches without being in the water. That's actually a pretty good idea. They do have that area of effect power, don't they? And we have crits on the other side of scrap piles. And it's useful against blobs. Yeah, anything that's melee, blunt instruments tend to be good against blobs, although obviously the heavier the better. Let's have more than enough stamina to cross without a problem. Looking for boar and leather scraps. And if I should get some copper on the way, which I should because there should be some copper in this area, that'll be a bonus. I got plenty of tin, so I should be able to make more than enough bronze to make the bronze pickaxe. Of course, it occurs to me that I made the horrible mistake of leaving with everything in my bloody gear here. Ah well. It is not the first time I've made an error. Gotta head to a meeting. Catch the leather. Take it easy, Cap. Hope it doesn't fry your mind. Believe me, I understand how meetings are a pain in the butt. Makes me glad I have the day off. So naturally, I immediately start screaming Valheim. Now, you'll probably have noticed on my map I have little areas that are listed as Boar Country. The AoE of the Stag Hammer hits blobs before they can hit you. Amen to that. Early on this particular map, I was having all kinds of trouble finding boars. So when I located an area that had a lot of boars, I marked it. And yeah, they do tend to show up around these rune stones a lot. Let's see if I can help my sneaky by sneaking up on the boar. Ordinarily, I'd like to sneak up on that deer too, but I need the boar meat more than I need the boar. Yeah, okay, so I flubbed that. Oh well, he's still meat. Yeah, you go ahead and run, deer. It goes against the grain to leave the deer alone, but I'm going to leave it alone. I have bigger fish to fry. Okay, that's actually probably not the right way to phrase it because I am not dealing with fish. At some point, the trader will sell me a fishing rod. However, I'm kind of saving my monetary resources for other equally important things. Well, I can't really say equally important because the truth is I find them more important than the fishing rod. There is a certain belt that I need to get a hold of very badly. That's part one. In part two, there's a little mining hat that I'd like to get a hold of. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull both though, so it's going to be one or the other, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the belt. Gotcha! Didn't even need to sneak for him. Ooh, mushrooms. Right, I'm trying to pick mushrooms when I have nothing left to... okay. What's the best move here? Did it again. Best move, I think, is to build a crafting table. No. The best move is to find a rock. That'll do. Of course, it occurs to me that I'm hitting a rock right outside the Black Forest, which can be heard for, well, I can't say miles, because we really aren't dealing with miles here. Let's just say heard a long way off. Cooking station. Cooking station needs fire, though. Let's... Okay, well, since I've accidentally been carrying around the core wood... Good. That should allow me to pick up the rocks, which should allow me to build the fire, which will allow me to start cooking some of the stuff I have on me. Yeah, belt is the #1 most important trader item. Yeah, being able to carry an extra 150 pounds, that's a big deal. Especially when you're having to haul around huge amounts of metal ore. Ugh. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. The mining light is important, but nowhere near as important as the belt. Might as well chow down some of that right now. Chow down the honey there. And we'll grow up the last bit. And while I'm here, for lack of a better phrase, because I don't want... since the whole point with coming here is to get boar scraps and to get copper, that core wood just isn't going to do me any good right now. And the second one, in your opinion, is the light too. I agree completely. The fishing rod comes after that for me because the fishing rod allows you to get fish. Well, technically you need bait, but that's a minor number compared to the rod itself. And the fish are very nice when it comes to getting health and stamina. Oh yeah, that's true. I can paste more than one cooking rack. Yeah, it's just more or less habit. Plus, eventually, once I take care of getting my iron supply up, the cooking rack itself is going to be completely obsolete in favor of the really big iron one. Okay. Got what I needed here. Let's see if I can find a couple more boar. It's like those things just do not want to be found. No, that's a neck. Necks aren't going to get me what I want. Plus, to be honest, I didn't really think I had that much stuff to cook. Ah! My little sanctuary point. I didn't actually build the structure, but I did put the roofing here for the table there. A place to retreat to when I'm doing work in this area. Ah! Uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay. Fire arrows, fire arrows, fire arrows. Where are my fire... There we are. Yes, we've got a troll over there. And I really don't want to be working with a troll, so... We're going to see if I can get a free shot on him. Well, the good news is I got the free shot on him. The bad news is it didn't do near enough damage to him that I was hoping. Oh, and he's carrying a log. So, you know, this is just going to get better and better. Oh, excuse me. I don't want to be right there where you're hitting me. The problem fighting this guy in the Black Forest is, you know, all the trees. Oh. Okay, that hurt. Good thing I had my meals. The good news is I can go into places where he can't. The bad news is the places he can't... Okay, now it's getting a little bit serious. Oh. And he's actually being clever. He's anticipating where I'm going. He's supposed to be a stupid troll, not a smart troll. I see you. Okay, I apparently timed that dodge very... Oh, that figures. Now I find a boar when I'm running for my life. Thanks a heap. Okay, good news and bad news. Good news is I'm in an area without any trees. The bad news is I'm in an area without any trees. Better news is every time he takes a swing like that, he has to take some time to recover, which buys me time to get some distance between us. Is that the Grand Canyon there? Oh, yeah, you're telling me. That is a big canyon. Okay, well, troll hide is something that'll be useful. More importantly, the coins are useful. So we're going to take it all. I don't feel rested anymore. I wonder why. Let's get rid of the rocks. I'll be making a lot of rocks in the near future. Oh, you... No, no Great Dwarfs. No. I'm afraid that you do not get to interfere here. Now, where are those boars? I saw some boars while I was running for my life over there, and I don't want to miss out on getting the scraps from them. There you are. Oh, and there's a second one. Bonus scrap. I don't care about the boarhead trophy. Okay, well, I've run like the devil and lived to tell the tale. Now it feels like a good time to do a little bit of copper mining. Even though I don't seem to have much space for it, I will make space. Yes, you may have noticed that this shed earlier. I've been here before. did my repair work here, and apparently I put it on top of a copper deposit too. And the reason why we have the workbench here is because the workbench will repair the antler pickaxe. The only trophies I know of have use are deer, skeletons, and elite Draugr. Yeah, in fact, in the bones aside, the skulls, they're a fairly recent thing too, if I recall correctly, because I don't remember those bone shields being around back in the day. Back in the day, like it was so long ago. Hello, Grey Dwarf. Goodbye, Grey Dwarf. And a Grey Ling. Don't interrupt me while I'm working. Now, I think I'm going to need something like 20 copper for what I need. I'm pretty sure it takes me 10 bronze, therefore I'm going to need 20 copper. At the moment, I've accumulated 2. That's probably a bad sign. Bone Tower Shield is new to Hearth and Home. Know that copper deposits are deep, right? I do. And sometimes I do go out of my way to mine out as much as I can from them. And all things considered, that may very well happen here. On the other hand, 20 copper also weighs, and I'll have to ditch something. Probably the standard wood. I mean, the wood is nice and all that, but I can get wood anywhere. We've only got a zillion trees in the area. Dig around them and you can see their depth. Well, not necessarily just their depth. Sometimes there are multiple deposits in the area. In fact, my former area for mining was up here. And it's still not mined out because I was doing exactly as you were saying. But I'm reaching a point where my need for copper is dropping rapidly. This pickaxe is pretty much really the last thing I really need, because then we're going to be hitting the Iron Age. And iron is going to basically replace everything. Simple fact is that the utility of copper fades very quickly. Hence, going for the 20 to make the pickaxe. And the bronze pickaxe, I'm not even going to be keeping it all that around. If I already have one next to me, why not try building a chest and storing some of the items you don't? You know, that's far too smart an idea. Why would I do a thing like that? Let's see, furnishings. Far too smart an idea. Wood. I hate to do the feather thing, but oh, what's this? Add. Okay, well I only need 5 of these things, so I'm gonna put 2 of them in here. Not so much for the space, but for the weight. I can reduce some of my spacing a bit more by chowing down on this necktail that I don't need. Seeds I don't particularly care about at the moment. Kind of holding on to boar meat because while I don't, it's not great shakes at the moment. It will be. Ah! Of course, now I'm opening the space and now I'm picking up all the stone I've been ignoring. Where are we at? 11? 11, not bad, not bad. We're getting closer. 9 more copper. And we'll have what we need. Honestly, I wouldn't even bother with the bronze pickaxe if it weren't for the fact that I'm pretty sure that I won't go through muddy scrap piles. The bronze will. Start using that method when mining silver so they don't have to run back and forth over their mountain while still mining. Yeah, what I'll usually do is I'll usually have a chest by an area. I'll also have a portal there, not to transport the metals because you can't, but for allowing me to make a quick return trip. Those return trips are just as time-consuming as the trips away, so being able to cut off 1/2 of the trip, that's always a winning proposition. Antler pick does work on the crypts? Really? I just kind of assumed they wouldn't because, you know, they do their best to make things that your previous stuff can't handle. I mean, flint axes don't affect birch trees until you get, you know, the antler stuff. So it felt like, well, that's a game changer. Learn something new every day. Well, you know what? We will very likely put that to the test because even when I have the bronze pickaxe, I'll have the antler one with me because I was planning on doing a check on exactly that. I'm standing over copper ore, aren't I? Stupid stones. Okay. 10 more pounds worth. Sorry. 180 pounds, so that's about 10 pounds each, 20 pounds. I'm going to have to get rid of something else. Burn that bridge when I come to it. Step 1, get the copper ore. Take both and test them. Exactly the plan. Because if the antlers will work, well, I find that to be a very strong motivation. I feel cold. Ah! Run away! Run away! Do not want to be in the Black Forest at night with trolls roaming. Sleep. Troll hide. Yeah, the troll hide's looking likely too. I mean, on one hand, making troll armor is nice, but on the other hand, I'm going to be outgrowing the troll armor very quickly at this point. I'm already wearing bronze, so it just feels like the troll hide is going to have to be it. Oh well, one makes sacrifices. Oh, and rocks, go away. Copper, not rock. Ow! Hitting that with my fist. That was painful. I may have sprained something. One copper? Okay, one more copper to go. Surely it... Oh! It's right here. Oh. Is there a gray dwarf around here? I thought I heard him growling. There you are. Shouldn't have gotten that close. 20. Perfect. Time to retreat back to my smelter and kiln. Troll cape is good until you get silver, but at the moment you need weight capacity. Yeah. And to be honest, I might actually have enough for the troll cape as it is. I have to go back and take a look. Because that troll was not the first troll I've put an end to. Just the latest. Which is, of course, one of the reasons why I kind of worry a little bit about the troll raids. Oh, hi there, Mr. Boar. I was looking for you earlier. No, no. I've got fire arrows enabled right now. I'm not wasting a fire arrow on a boar. Troll cape is good until you get silver. Need the weight capacity? Yeah. Wolf and Locke's capes are definitely the way to go. Of course, both of those are a little out of reach at the moment. And of course, there's the silver question for the wolf cape. I think you should make the cape before the swamp because it's at least more armor. Yeah. And I've got plenty of bone to work with, so I should have no trouble building it. Okay, recover a little bit of that stamina before I make the big swim. And it looks like we've got a grayling on the other side who's probably going to notice me and start charging at me. Hopefully he'll wait until I'm across before he does. Nope. That was rude of him. I hope he manages to learn manners in his next life. Alright. To my recently besieged home. Okay, let's see. First things first. Oh, right, I need a core wood for that. Oh, first things first, actually. Before I even go that far. Starting on up. And I'm probably going to need more coal. And if I recall correctly, yes. Well, I can do it. I can get there. Hope I got some potions ready for the swamp. No, there is absolutely nothing ready for the swamp yet. I haven't made a fermenter yet. So I don't have that available yet. Stag Breaker. There it is. Big, tough, mean, everything you want in a Warhammer. Okay, what's our next step? Next step, next step, next step. Double check my supply of copper. Good, good. In fact, did one... Oh, cripes, I must have only had like one coal in here. Yeah, we're definitely going to need coal then. Thunder! Lightning! And I have made another tactical error. A significant tactical error. I relocated my forge, which means I need to take the stuff not here. That's okay. I can get the stuff smelted down first. See, this is the kind of thing that happens when you're getting ready to do a big move. You lose track of the little things. Oh, you know what? Let's grab that, and we'll put in here the extra core wood I had. And then we'll hop over back in here. And there's my troll hide. We'll put the spare hammer in here temporarily because I need the space. And we're going to make that troll hide cape we were just talking about. And now, it's blue. And let's cook some stuff here. Yeah, the potions that Ace Pokemon was mentioning is primarily the poison resist, because there is a lot of poisonous creatures in the swamp. Who knew? Swamps having disease and poison-laced creatures? Who would have expected such a thing? But there it is. By the way, you know the new Obliterator? Only today I realized I used yours wrongly for about 2 weeks, because if you have it has a lever you need to pull to activate it. Yeah, it's basically a two-part thing. It's got the lever and it's got the storage. And depending on how much you have in there, after you pull the lever, you might find you have a gift from the mighty Thor himself. Of course, it's not exactly what you would call prize material, but it's something. The Obliterator is great. All these trophies you pick up that you don't need, like, for example, I've got these Grey Dwarf trophies. I'm not going to need them. You stick them in the Obliterator, you pull the lever, you stand back, and boom! All gone. Problem solved. To make the Obliterator, of course, you do need certain materials, but, you know, they're not hard to get. Spare troll hiding there. Bones in there. Keep the spares. Is that birch seeds? That's the birch seeds. Put that in there with them. And which one of you guys had my gold? None of you. Must be outside. Oh, nuts. Yeah. Well, now I have a couple extra coal. Oops. I have 3 more ore that I can stuff into the smelter. And that will take care of that problem. Gold. Gold. I was going outside for gold. I don't have gold. Apparently the gold is all in here. That cannot possibly be right. That cannot possibly be right. I must have looked somewhere. Must not have looked closely enough. Oh, that's what happened. I thought you'd just place things in it and then it would blow up. And when yours didn't work, exploded. You assumed it was because it was an old version map, but you accepted. Yeah, that, as far as I know, the only things that are really impacted by that kind of thing are the new drops, like the birch seeds, maybe. The acorns. Oh, is that another coal? That's another coal. The tar in the plains. If you've already explored the section of plains, you won't find any tar there. A couple other things I can't recall. Onion seed spawns. Oh, I'm closer than I thought. I only need 2 more copper. And everything else after that is gravy. 1 more copper. So it's time to start making the plans. Yeah, that's probably a bad idea. I really don't want to do this because... Yeah, we'll do it. The cart is not a great thing to take for if you have a lot of hills that are uphill, but a lot of my trip is going to be downhill. I just need my nails. Acorn trees. The acorns will come from those oak trees. You may have seen the very large oaks in a couple places. They will drop acorns now, where you can plant your own oak. And I think that's pretty... I don't actually need... Well, I'll take all the tin anyway. If I'm going to be putting a cart out here for this stuff, I might as well take all of it. Come on, get me to the cart. Get me to the cart. Yes. who let you inside? This is what happens when I leave my gates open. But on the bright side, he came after me as opposed to going after my cart, so I'm not going to complain too much. Anything else in here that would be useful? Oh. I had 40 bronze nails, I guess. Huh. How about that? See, God, you think you took all the oak trees in a 10-kilometer radius and... Oh, you beast! Taking out all... Going for all that fine wood. Yeah, I get it. I've always kept the oak trees around, honestly, because I always look at them and I think, well, gee, they've been here all this time. It feels such a shame to put them in the wood chipper. But stuff happens, you know? Now, incidentally, I do plan to relocate the kiln and the smelter to my new base as well. But I'm not quite there yet. I need a bit more open space to make, and sometimes a plan, it just does not go as expected. Is there anything else here I'd like to relocate? I mean, I'm carrying all this stuff in my cart anyway. Might as well check to see if there's anything else I want to grab. Let's grab the cores, the eyes. Do I have any fine wood in here? Oh, it's not much fine wood. One more slot. Deer hide. Take deer hide, because I know I'm going to need that eventually. I'm pretty sure I'll need the deer hide when I start getting to the point where I can make the long ships. Okay, I'll take the cultivator too. Oh, and there they are. Birch sapling, oak sapling. Of course, now that I've done that, I have no room to, coal in here. How much of the ore do I still have going through here? 7? Let it go. We'll just let it go. I'll be back here anyway. Now you're using a cart, you just go ahead and use it here, and you can just basically run like crazy. You're the opposite. You see them lonely on a field, used to a forest, and you take them out. Oh, hey, there's plenty of playstyles to work with in the game. Why restrict yourself? Oh yeah, I probably should have chowed down something for extra stamina. Okay, the deer meat didn't actually give me a whole bunch of stamina. But I'll take what I can get. Ugh, I didn't think I'd have to deal with any uphills. Which is why I didn't overload the crate. The cart. Ugh, crate. Ow. And this is about as close as I'm going to get right now because I really don't want to try moving that cart all the way down here. So we'll just pick up the heavy stuff. Plop. Open door. And workshop is this way. Forge should be this way. Can I make it? Can I make it? Ah, so close. So close. Alright, let's bronze it. Oop, can't bronze it. Got too much inventory. Okay. Okay. This may not have worked the way I was hoping. Okay, we'll pull the fine wood out for now. It only needs to be temporary, just long enough for me to have that open. And technically I need 2 open slots. Now we can bronze. that should give me... Oh no, what am I missing? Oh, core wood. Whew. That's not a problem. Of course, now it just populated the spot again. Bronze pickaxe. But now you know, now I got thinking about my other little problem. I do need the fermenter, which means I need more bronze. Okay, well, that mildly stinks, but only mildly, because we do still have copper ore being smelted. So all I gotta do is break it down here, and that might be enough to make enough bronze to build that. May all my guesses be right. Let's see, 49. Only 49? How do I not have 50? There we go. And we'll just put a pile of fine wood out here. Don't know if it's still in the game, but I remember there used to be an easy way to move a cart with 2 people. One takes the cart, another takes the harpoon. The guy with the cart turns on PvP damage, sticks him with a harpoon and cracks. That is such a beautiful, twisted idea. I love it. Stand still. I'm going to harpoon you so we can pull this cart along. Are you crazy? Oh, I just love that idea. Looks like nightfall is coming, so since we're here, we'll rest up in the upstairs bedroom. Yeah, I've noticed that when you put a lot of stuff on the cart, it goes really difficult to do the uphills if you're on your own. And you can try very hard to drag it up, but it just won't play nice. Which is one of the reasons why I found myself using the cart less and less. Empty carts, on the other hand, they're just peachy. Now, a couple of the other things I want to do is I want to be able to move out some of my improvements. I mean, I got the tanning rack and the chopping block and all that other stuff. Those got to move too. Remember when I used it when I played with a streamer and we got the cart stuck in places while it loaded with ore. That is delightfully outside the box thinking right there. Full props. Oh, gee, how'd I miss you guys? How'd I miss chopping you guys down to actual usable wood? Why don't we do that now while I'm thinking about it? Undoubtedly, these guys are leftovers from one of my tree massacres. And heck, we'll get the stump too. Okay, back on the cart. Yeah, I guess I would move a lot better if I recovered some of my stamina. Okay, sit out here, cart. We're going to take a look at all that coal that's been coming up in the interim. I probably shouldn't have put that much in the smelter. Well, let's see, 4, 12. Okay, I overdid it, but not as much as I was worried about. In the meantime, anvil, cooler. Your materials are necessary. Yeah, I'll come back for that bar. For the new facility. Metal, fine wood, coal. Yeah, we'll throw the wood in there too. And that should take care of that. I'll take the bronze nails with me too. At some point, I'm going to start using those to make a bunch of mounts. Yeah, let's relocate the beehives too. I've got one already outside the new facility. Might as well get the other one out. Also, chopping block. Oh, come on. Are you telling me I need a bloody forge for this too? Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Sometimes, if you gotta get it, you gotta get it the hard way. I have a sneaking feeling, though, that I just hosed myself on the amount of I was going to get back. Well, it wouldn't be the first time I've made a mistake. Or the 5th, or the 10,000th. Am I a part of the leave stump or uproot all stumps player type? I kind of lean closer to the get rid of all stumps, but I'm not fanatical about it either, meaning if I forget, I don't lose sleep. Okay, hopefully that was the last. Yes, it was. I don't know if I'm going to have enough to do it. I don't know if I have enough bronze to do the fermenter. We'll find out. As I roll through. Trees in the way? No problem. Yeah, see, I'm pretty... Is that a rock or a stump? It's hard to tell from this angle. Yeah, it's a rock. The other benefit of taking out stumps is, you know, it is wood. More fuel for the fire. You know what? I think, as I look upon it over there, I think the far side will be a great place to put the smelter in the kiln. I didn't think I'd enclose as much space as I did, but I was apparently very incorrect. So maybe maybe I will move those next. No, not use the cart. Storage. Okay, the coal can wait. Now, honestly, I really shouldn't be bothering to make the improvement stuff here yet. Stamina. Still not enough. Okay. Got through it. Can't build it. Okay, crafting. Anvil. Bucket. And the adze. I'm not sure I ever actually made the tanning rack. And that's mainly because of the fact that I was having all the trouble with the whole leather scrap thing at one point. Can't see stumps. They're ugly and bother my ADHD, and I uproot them immediately after I chop a tree. Yeah, I try to get them when I'm thinking about them while I'm in the process of doing my carving. Sometimes, though, sometimes stuff happens and I get sidetracked. I know it's a shock, the idea of me being sidetracked by anything. I couldn't say that with a straight face. Okay. Okay. So what is our supply of... Well, first things first, actually. I gotta break the forge and relocate it over here for now. It's a good thing that we're able to rebuild things with pretty much no loss of material, or otherwise I'd be up the creek. And then we're going to check about the fermenter. 5 bronze. Well, the good news is I should be able to make 5 bronze. So we're going to... Of course, I would need to find wood. And of course, I'm pretty sure that most of my fine wood is in a stack outside. And I need 30 of them. Well, okay. If I need 30 of them, that's fine. That's fine. While I'm here, let's get those beehives put up too. Except, of course, I've gotten rid of all my wood. See, I'm my own worst enemy here. Do I have any spares in here? Take the scraps. I saw some scraps indoors. Get the gold out. There's scraps in there. I'm gonna get that bronze made. I gotta get that bronze made first. Sidetracking myself too much here. Uh-oh. I don't have enough for 5. I've got enough for 4. Okay. Well, that is a minor issue. A minor issue, luckily, but still an issue. Okay, is that wood in there? That's standard wood. And I'll take the regular wood and I'll build those beehives. Because I want my bees to be happy. And they will be happy. Unless the tide comes in, of course, at which point they're all going to drown. But, you know, accidents happen. All right. A plan. Need a plan. Okay, the North Copper area is probably going... Well, I think my first step is going to have to be relocating the smelter. I knew I was going to have to go back anyway. I don't think there's any metal I need to worry about, so we're going to skip the whole cart thing. Get the smelter, get the kiln, put them in a new spot. Slowly but surely, everything that has any value is being taken out of the old headquarters and put into the new. know, with all the... Oh, is that a boar? I think that's a boar. That's a boar. Bloody hell, I still have the fire arrows enabled. Okay, I'm just not getting the aim I need on this guy. That might have been too close. Ah, nuts. He figured it out. The boar finally figured out, hey, these sharp, pointy sticks being fired at me are going to kill me. We were talking about stumps. Here's one of the ones I missed. But I need the scraps. Dagnabbit. Where are you? If I didn't need so many leather scraps, if I didn't have such a hard time finding the bloody boars in this area. Any more copper? Any more copper? Yeah, didn't think so. Okay, and I know I don't have any copper inside here, but you know, it was worth a hope. Did I see flint in here? Okay. Okay. Let's take down the kiln and the smelter. I really hope I'm not seeing them. Okay. Well, bye, resin. I'm pretty good with... I've got plenty of resin. I can wait for using that. Ah! I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew the weight was going to be an issue. Fine. The rocks can stay. There's a zillion rocks around the new HQ. I'm not worried. Might as well grab the core wood. And the flint. Up. Okay, maybe not the core wood. Taking the flint because that is also needed for the tanning rack, and it might as well get to the point where I can use it at some point. Another fallen log over there, but this is don't have the weight capacity, and this is more important. That really is a decent bit of walling right there. It's a pity that it's all going to be replaced eventually, because at some point, gonna have to worry about stone. Yeah, if we were losing materials when you broke a piece, people would just stay in their initial place because they'd wouldn't want to grind copper when they just finished motor just to move a base. Yeah, I think there would be riots if they decided to get rid of the ability to recover everything 100%. Oh, right. Well, first things first. I don't expect this to be the final resting place for the kiln and for the smelter, but gotta have something somewhere ready. Let's get rid of the metal. Then we'll recuperate some of those rock supplies. I did say that I had plenty of rocks around, didn't I? And they're still on site. suddenly occurs to me that I'm carrying Thistle in my 8th slot. There. Stag Breaker in my 8th slot will be much more useful. I should practice with that. Where are the Greylings when I need them? Kiln. This rock seems to be causing issues with the build, so... And yes, I am still using my antler pickaxe. Have you considered... Oh! How did this guy get inside? He must have... Did he swim across? He might have swum all the... Man, if he swam all the way around there, he's a pretty dedicated guy. Either that or he spawned in here, which is even scarier. Have I considered taming some boars? Well, you know what? Ordinarily, I'm not really big with the whole taming thing. I'm very bad at it and all. But given the problems I have with boars and their supply, that might actually have to be the next step here. Of course, then I'll have to also build the butcher knife so I can kill them. I still don't have enough stone. How much stone do I have? 13? Okay. Let's take out this one. Yeah, you know what? Let's make use of technology. Bronze pickaxe time. Kills rocks dead. Of course, the other problem with that is I'm going to have to find space to make a pen for them. Alright, smelter is in place. Oh, that was good. Close the door on myself. Ah, fire's out. This is what I get with being frugal with the wood. I've tamed wolf on my original world. It was really hard because I was just starting mountain exploration, but after a few deaths you got a couple and made them reproduce and got a pack of wolves. Yeah, I understand that wolves will breed like rabbits if you can get them tamed. I've never actually tamed any wolves. Boars are as far as I've gotten. Trying to get the wolves into a location where they wouldn't break down their corral easily. Not to mention, of course, that if you slip up and the boars decide to rip you a new one, it hurts. Okay. Deer hide. I've got tanning racks. I need 20 leather scraps. Yeah, that'll be a while. Okay, so we know I need at least one more copper ore in order to be able to build that fermenter, so I can actually make those potions, which will make my life a lot easier. And fortunately, I still have access to a couple good copper veins up to the north. It was also before Hearth and Home. Has that made a big difference in wolf taming? Having never done the thing with taming of wolves, or are you talking about the wolf breeding? Really, wolves just give me the willies because they every time I'm in the mountains, it's like you are being hunted. It's like, oh, I'm dead. Because if a pack of wolves is looking after you, it gets ugly fast. Here's one of my little sanctuary points in case I get stuck outside and have to do something. Ooh, I have stuff in here. I'll take that coal. I'll take those arrows. I didn't realize I had coins here. I must have killed a troll in the area. Anything else in here I want to take? Care less about the rocks and the rest, so that can just stay there. There is a located troll cave I've got up here, and I'm staying away from that because trolls are scary. What I did to prevent the wolves from breaking the pen I made for them is you built their pen far from the base so they were within render range, but not in aggro range, so they don't try to break their pen. Yeah, but you still gotta get them in the pen. And they tend to be very cranky. For hearth and home, all meat was raw meat. That's true. Oh, look, it's gray dwarves. For hearth and home, all meat was raw meat, and it was easy to get for wolf taming. That's true. So what do they eat now? Anything except wolf meat? Meaning boar or deer? Yeah, once they're in their way, you run away so they lose aggro. That's a good point. That's a good point. Ooh, speaking of deer. Hello, deer. Oh, come on. Get rid of the resin. And get rid of the head. I need that space for copper ore. You'd never guess I was here, would you? I mean, with a stack of corded wood there. And as you can see from over here, we were talking earlier about digging deeper for copper. Yes, I dug deep for copper. Oh, boar or deer meat. Okay, excellent. Yeah, I figured they wouldn't eat their wolf meat anymore for obvious reasons. No, that's the standard wood. Okay, let's see. Where is that, copper vein, or is that just a rock? I think that might just be a rock. Yeah. Did I really mine out this section entirely? Maybe I did and didn't mark it. While I'm thinking about it. Deer meat. Yummy. Maybe I did get all the copper in this particular section. Autocorrect strikes again. Yes. Horrible, evil autocorrect. Yeah, I think I... Oh, wait. No, that's bush. Well, you know, everything listens right now, so... I think I may have gotten all the copper in this particular section. Luckily, I hadn't touched this one yet. Virtually made every copper node you mined into abandoned quarry. I believe it. I was a lot like that for the silver mining. Silver was big, important stuff. And heaven knows I needed more silver than I needed copper. Of course, one of the problems with this particular spot is eventually you start mining yourself into the water. Good. Had to pause there, make sure that the shaking I was seeing was my work and not, say, I don't know, a troll. can get a couple more ore. And while I'm here, let's X that one out so I know not to go there again. Still got a few more. No, that's wood. That's not a copper. That's wood. Let's get that one out of here. Okay, let's recover some stamina. Oh, this is getting embarrassing quickly. There we go. Same. All silver and copper nodes were big honking holes in the ground. I approve of that strategy. I wasn't too concerned about going overboard on the copper, though, because like I said, I had the 2 nodes here, and I knew I had plenty of nodes when I did my south exploration. And the main reason I was exploring south was because I kept looking for crypts and couldn't find them. I did eventually find a crypt. 2 crypts, actually, but one of them's not marked. And that was while I was busy running for my life with a bunch of Grey Dwarves and a troll on my hind end at the same time. It was bad. But as a result, I couldn't mark it because I was too... It's like, okay, I'm running inside here so I can get away from those things. Have I gotten any nodes to explode? Copper, no. Silver, yes. And it is a thing of beauty. It's so fun that I pretty much always try to make that happen. I'm easily entertained. Just mine them out from the front and all the sides and underneath, and then let gravity do its thing. And it is indeed magical. That's the sanctuary point. So if I'm really lucky, I will not... Oh, that hurts. That hurts. A 2-star deer, and I don't have any extra inventory spots to work with. Ah, well. There will be other times, another deer. Now, if it were a 2-star boar, that might have been harder for me to pass up. Then again, we were talking about the possibility of just taming the suckers and breeding them at this point, given the luck I've had with boars. It's so satisfying. Yes, indeed. Magic happens. I wonder if I might have to build a work table or something out here to keep things from spawning inside the wall. Because I really don't know how that one grayling got inside. He could have spawned inside the wall, but he also could have swam across the riverside, shall we say. Oh, did I leave something? Oh, coal. Actually, why don't I just take the cart and bring it over here and stuff all the coal in the smelter. I'm carrying too much. Why, yes, I am. Let's lighten the burden a bit. Better. And while we're on the subject, let's throw the copper in there. Oh, and perfect. Perfect. I had 10 units of copper. Just enough to fill. All my plans should work out so well. Probably will make all inside area covered by workbench radius. Yeah, I'm probably going to need to do that at some point. Once that ore smelts, I should be able to make the fermenter without any problem. In fact, I don't even have to wait that long. I should only need one. So let's head over here where I've got my spare tool. Okay, you know what? I might have to start doing this sooner than I wanted to. Need the wood. That's wood? That's wood. Oh, that hurts. Okay. One arrow can sit in the corner. Eyeballs in here. Carry. No, I should only need one. Remind me of a SpongeBob meme. Why won't we take the cart and push it somewhere else? That's crazy talk, man. Okay, now we'll grab the other 4 bronze. $30 fine wood. Right, outside. Ugh. Okay, let's try this. Haha, I got it. Wasn't sure I would, but I did. Unfortunately, I failed to estimate how much stamina would get me. Okay, we'll put the fermenter over here. And now, when I make my mead, I'll have a place to ferment it. Coal. Oh, what luck. I've just got some coal outside. Actually, no, I don't, because I stuffed it all in the smelter. Necktails, okay, right. That was what I was going to be doing. Let's take the well, actually go to the inventory and start throwing this stuff to the side. And we're going to use this wood to make ourselves some dedicated storage. Up until now, I've been kind of willy-nilly about how I do my storage. But now we have reached the point where I feel that I need to have something more dedicated. Actually, let me move the forge back to where it belongs. Why do I do this to myself? Move the forge back to where it belongs. Loosely where it belongs, because it'll probably move around a little bit more before we start getting to a final configuration. Let's see, in my game I made a beer hall, 6 fermenters in 1 building. There you go. There's a Viking right there. I could have more forges, I could have more smelters, I could have more of this, but no, I want more fermenters so we can get seriously drunk. I approve this message. Okay, now that I have the forge out of my way, we're going to do a little bit of construction. Will 4 be enough? That should be enough. And we're going to put a little shelving here. And then we're going to make us some chests. And what we're going to do is we're going to start putting all the food related stuff here. So we'll put some of my raw materials in there. We'll put the things that are actually edible in here. This will end up being potions most likely. Ingredient. Uh-oh. Fowl from the swamp, and unfortunately that's Durger. That's not good. Since we're on the subject of edibles, I guess it's too much to hope for that I've got the strawberries in here. Oh, I got these guys, okay. Chow down my deer stew. I had a rough time earlier, Durger, but now I'm coming to bring the pain. There's the skeletons. Fall down, skeletons! You know, I might be hitting them just a little bit too close to my home. Maybe I should just back off here. That's right, you run! I would shoot arrows at these guys if, you know, they weren't all bones. Oh, here comes a Durger. This is where things get ugly. You know, he's not dying nearly as quickly as I was hoping. On the other hand, he's not getting... Oh, he's getting enough shots on me, that's for sure. Oh! I was so busy looking for the other Durger. Draugr. That I wasn't paying attention to the little reality that, oh yeah, we might have a problem here. Speaking of problems. Oh, swing and a miss. Okay, not good. Health is not at its best right now. Oh, great. Sorry, guys, but, you know, I've got... Oh, good, smell is gone. Now, how about the rest of you guys just go home? Oh, good, it's nighttime, too. Let's just add to the abuse, shall we? Yeah, I'm not going to make it. These guys are going to put me down. Well, maybe if I die, they'll go home. Let's see. Where was the last place I... Oh, gee, I might be in the Black Forest. Nope, I'm still here. Unfortunately, that means that Draugr is still here. Turning my new base into hash. That ain't good. Hey, Draugr, come after me. I'm all the way over here. Now, where the hell's the gate? Come on, Draugr. Come on, you know you want some of this. And then we're going to lead them far, far away from my home base. Running is so much easier when you're not encumbered by little things like, you know, armor, shields, weapons. Let's see, are they around here? You know, I don't see them. Maybe I've lost them. Maybe I've lost them. That's going to be more useful than it may sound. 6 fermenters allow you to cook both stamina, healing, and specialty potions at the same time in double doses. True, true. I rarely do a whole lot of brewing all at once. I think the most I've had is 2 fermenters rolling at once. That's just a personal style thing. It's... Uh-oh. I guess Durgers are still around. Stupid neck. And suddenly it occurs to me that I have no more food stuff here, which means whatever's roaming around is still going to be roaming around. Well, that's a skeleton. I can take a skeleton. And he's a wounded skeleton at best. So who did you kill off over here? Must have been Greylings. Oh, and there's another skeleton left over. He looks like he's been hurt. Let's hurt him more. Okay, I guess the next step is to see what kind of damage has been done to the facility here. Actually, the smarter thing to do would be to actually rest up and end the night. I hope the noise I'm hearing is my boat. Actually, I hope it's not nuts. Suckers could be out there destroying the boat. No, boat's still intact. Looks like most of everything is still intact. The only thing that's, okay, the beehives are history. But they can be rebuilt. Oh no, it looks like the structure of the building is still intact. I might have to do some repair work at some point, but it looks like they've been beating up the cart here. Oh, they can beat up the cart all they want. Lots of bone fragments. We'll put the copper in here for now. Oh. See anything else in here? No, and let's move those guys out. Pick that up. Pick that up. And then we can go back to doing what I was doing when we were so rudely interrupted. And one of the things I want to do here is put together proper signage. So this is going to be edibles. Ingredients. And potions. land so that it's easier to see. There will be more torches put up at some point, but not until I have a better handle on the final configuration of everything. Now, eventually, what we'll end up doing is these particular chests will be for the buildable stuff. The metals, the rocks, the wood, the hides, all that stuff. Speaking of which, do we have anything? Yeah, we have a bunch of stuff in here. Ah! And I didn't offload either. Oops. Edible. Well, okay, not technically edible, some of these, but they'll do for now. Edible, and finally, definitely not edible. It's chewable, so it technically qualifies. Oh yeah, I've really got to figure a way to deal with those guys swimming in. Clearly, the plan has definitely not really accounted for certain realities. I'm gonna have to do something about that. Usually build my houses 2 walls high so I have some overhead space. Yeah, I've done that. You'll see that in over here. I've got some, well, the fact that I've got this extra floor here for my bed area, that gives me some space to work with. In here, I built for height in here, not just for the fact that, you know, I didn't want to necessarily use a second floor here. What I wanted to do was have a place for the smoke. Eventually, I'm kind of figuring, it really depends on how much room I have in here, but what I'd like to do is I'd like to get this entire wall, this floor, filled with basically stone flooring. And the stone flooring, oh no. You do not break that chest. I still have stuff inside. And when I have a stone floor in here, I'll be able to move the kiln and the smelter inside, as well as the forge and everything. And that's why I wanted the extra height, so it would be able to accommodate the smelter and the kiln, and also be able to handle the smoke that comes out of them. That's the theory, at any rate. Whether or not practice manages to mean anything here is still an open question. Oh, forgot the puke berries. Ingredient. Okay, well that was a lot of excitement there, wasn't there? Oh, let's pick up that arrow, now that I've got space for that single arrow. Fine wood in here. Also, once I've built this area up, I plan to put the storage for all those buildables. I think I already mentioned that part. If you need to stop graylings from swimming around your wall, I think a full gated dock might be needed. Though it's really hard to build. Yeah, I'm thinking you may very well be right on that. But you know what? It would look pretty cool. I'm kind of hesitating on the dock part of it, though, because right now, basically I've just got this pier here. What I plan to do eventually, though, is have a nice big stone dock, which I've done on other maps. And I've always liked how they worked out. But that's a lot of surface area to close up. But you know, I can be motivated. And if these graylings keep being annoying, that may do it. I'd also have to consider doing is start putting up some spikes. They're a pain to maintain too, but at least it would be satisfying. Okay, let's repair up the hammer and other wood-like objects. I think what we'll do is we'll finish up the flooring in the main hall area, which is going to require, shocker here, wood. Lots of it. No, I never did get that flipped out. There. That takes care of the flint. Built a dock gate with wood stakes, but it's not the best because it needs shallow water enough. Yeah. Enough water to be... Yeah. Yeah. I know exactly where you're at here. In fact, to build the pier... Well, not the pier, but the docks on... One of my other early docks from a different map. I kind of had to raise the ground high enough so I could have stuff for them to rest upon. So terraforming is likely to be needed. Actually, before I do this, this is stupid. Why don't I do something smart and grab some of those stamina foods again? Especially now that I have them nicely and conveniently labeled. That should do. Weight is good. And it's time for Tree Massacre, the sequel. Starting with using the Elder Power. Die, hideous trees. We can pick up the wood later. Although if it's in my way, I'm certainly not going to ignore it either. All trees must die. Of course, it would also help just to make sure that I'm not underneath said trees. The dock you did was made effective and kept your ship safe too. Pretty fun to open the water gate whenever I wanted to sail out the dock. Yeah. Building docks are, I think they're a pretty fun thing to do, especially since you end up using the docks that kind of thing quite a bit if you have to do any mining. Whoa! Okay. Unexpected guest. Oh yeah. Where'd he come from? I thought we'd left you guys behind. Need to get some of that health back before I start trying to tango with a Grauger. Take that. Now, where's those stupid skeletons? I'm very upset at them. I was in the middle of Tree Massacre, and what do? Ow. Of all the things to run into while I was doing my work here, running into another Draugr was not one of them. Yeah, I see you, skeletons. You're interrupting my me time. Well, good news is, I still have 2 minutes left on the Elder Power. Let's use them productively. And by productive, I mean the cold-blooded slaughter of every tree in the area. Play this right, I can get 2 of them in one shot. Yeah, there we go. Why does deforestation is the best part of several games? Yeah, clearly we are not eco-friendly. Although, to be fair, a lot of these trees do drop seeds, so from a technical standpoint, you can go under a reforestation program to an extent. But for some reason, I don't really do the tree farm thing all that much. They say that it is easier to destroy than it is to create. There is an axiom, however, I feel that should be applied. It's also more fun to destroy than it is to create. Of course, mileage may vary. Okay, it looks like the tree massacre is almost over. 24 seconds. And apparently a good chunk of them are going to be needed to refuel my stamina. Five, four, three, two, one, and it is over. I'll just chop this log into bits to at least have it out of my way. And we've got another one over here, so we'll get that one chopped up. Of course, from the looks of it, the axe may break before the trees do. Come on, you can do it. There we go. To be honest, a clustered tree farm can be really satisfying when you chop them down because they domino into each other and do a lot of the work for you. That's true. Of course, the problem there is sometimes they're dominoing a lot and suddenly they decide to domino in somewhere that would be extremely personally inconvenient to you. Like, right on top of you. Now, there is a point where you have enough armor and health that trees falling on you basically become meh. I ain't there yet, though. Okay, let's get some wood in here. Time to stack some of the boys up. Yeah, the time's going to come where I'm going to start chopping that crevice down and flattening it all up a bit more. We're not there yet, though. Oh no, Grayling, you were coming all the way this way. Okay, now let's see. Where was I oh, that must... where was I chopping? Must be where all that broken wood must be. Run from the forest, run! To go with another pop culture phrase, I understood that reference. Look at all this wood. It's almost as if someone did a tree massacre recently. Oh, there was feathers in one of them. Sweet. And let's collect all this wood lying around. Oh, and looks like we're out of inventory again. Okay, technically it's out of inventory and almost out of weight, but you know, it's effectively the same thing. I really need to build a western door. I'll get right on that at some point. Got a bit more wood out there, and the fact that I've gotten 2 stacks so far and I'm still going, that's a good sign for how much wood I ultimately got a hold of. Yeah, I know there's no wood here, there's just a resin, but it was bugging me. Okay, here we go. Back to the wood collecting. Now, this actually worked out pretty well in spite of being jumped by the Draugr and his skeletal compatriots. Still turned out pretty well. Hi, Grayling. You weren't invited. You know, the best part about using those maces is just watching the knockback take those suckers all the way down. Granted, it makes it hard to collect their stuff, but still worth it. Okay, back into the facility. Oh, what do we have over here? What did I leave? More resin. So what I want to do here is I want to get the flooring put in this main hallway here. Get that done and over with. I'm going to hold off on flooring up the workshop area because I do want to make that stone. And obviously I can't do that quite yet. What I'm going to do though is I'm tired of guessing where the stairs are. That'll take care of that problem. So, flooring. Let's be nice and neat about it. Dark and gloomy morning. Another one of the things I should work on somewhere along the line is getting a brazier. They can be sometimes annoying to deal with, but they do give a decent amount of light. not done something correctly here. There we go. Sometimes you can tell that you don't have it laying quite right when all the little rectangular boards don't line up quite right. Sometimes, when the leveling of the hoe won't do the work, one must make use of different methods. Alright, I couldn't place that because I had no extra wood. Luckily, I chopped down a few trees recently. Okay, I've definitely mucked something up somewhere. The door. The doors knock things off of alignment. Something random. I've made a separate world and character for the sole purpose of using cheats for times I don't want to stress about not dying in my regular games. So today I've built there a big house with a good-sized dining hall. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who use the debug creative mode thing to make some seriously epic stuff. And I gotta tell you, I'm always impressed by that sort of thing because I am not a very good architect. I mean, what you have here is probably the absolute limits of my ability right here. And what some of these people have done, I'm continually flabbergasted by the creativity, the fact that they can see these things in their head before they build them. I am just continually overwhelmed by the talent shown by a lot of the Valheim community that they can do stuff like this on a regular basis and make them look awesome. I envy that quite a bit. Okay, and now the last one. All right. So we've got this area done. The only thing I really need to do here is build in the front door wall, the front area. I want to get that walled up. Ah! Yeah, that was not the right angle at all. One, two, flip over to 26 degrees. One, two, get this up there. One, and one more. to use a ladder. I was hoping not to, but sometimes you just gotta get the extra height. And then we'll just start lining it up. There we go. There we go. And we'll fill in the side here. Oops. Well, I won't fill in the side with that, will I? Yeah, my wood is on another side. Now, at some point, I might do a little bit of an alteration here so that I have front windows. But right now, my front window would be looking at a rock face. That's not exactly what you would call a beautifully visual vista. So there is no hurry on that. Might as well take advantage of the extra height being afforded by this. I will do the window up here, though. Just line the top here. I'll hold off on this side for now. And let's be... oh, right, I have those there. Oops, I've got my forge in the way. Oops, busted the hammer. And I don't have my replacement anymore. Good thing I've got my workshop right here. And you know, just to be symmetrical about it, don't think I don't hear you out there, Grayling. I do hear you. I do hear you. And in about a minute, you're going to be very sorry you stayed there. Try to cause my home harm. I really should start moving stuff off of this chest at some point. Just so I can take it apart. Switch from using triangle wall parts to using corner roof pieces. You're also building big boxes, so... yeah. I honestly have never really done... I've never really been that good about using the rounded roof pieces. You're talking like these pieces, right? Although, you know what? They would give me the little something I need, I guess, for here, though, wouldn't they? Where's the 90 degree, where's the 45 degree one? I know there is one. Let's see. Maybe that will give me a little bit of the extra oomph I'd like to see here. Or maybe not. You know what? That sucks. I'll figure something out at some point. Like I said, I never really claimed to be an architect of any actual skill. I think what I'll do is apparently I'll have no extra wood. What have I been building in here? Okay, do I have seeds in here? I have seeds in here. Entrails go to the other room. Feathers? I got feathers. Coal. Sure, we'll put the coal in here. I know one of you had hide. There you go. 10 hide. Ooh, stop. 10 hide. I needed 20 though, didn't I? I needed 20. I'm halfway there. Resin. Okay, pop this out. Build myself another chest because, you know, storage space is storage space and everybody loves storage space. Oh, that's... yeah, I should get rid of those food ingredients first. Hey, who planted dandelions in my floor? And that. Oh, I saw that deer hiding here. Oops. Instead of building the roof from two sides only in triangle wall pieces to fill size, you use corner roof pieces on each corner of the house and fill the rest of the roof with the same angle roof pieces. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to continue all of folks who can think of this stuff and make them look good. All my places inevitably look out like barns. Although, admittedly, very cleverly put together barns. I mean, I suppose I could get crazy here and kind of make a round this off a bit. But then I have to do more work on this area, and I've got a kiln and a smelter in the way right now, and that's going to wait until Stone Day comes. But it ain't Stone Day yet. Here, hide. Seeds. And... do I have rocks in one of these? I had rocks in one of these. I had too many rocks in one of these. One of the things that will happen is when I start getting everything sorted in here, there will be a chest dedicated to nothing but resin. Okay. We're going to take a quick stop back to the original base here to do one more thing here. Since I have this extra gold here, I'm wondering if maybe, just maybe, that will make up the difference I need to pick up the magic belt. Mine are boxes with a roof. I think it's the cake on design between the two of us. Yeah, I've done a couple better works. I've got one world there where I was able to make a, not exactly a castle exactly, because for one thing it was far too small to be a castle. But it was pretty impressive by itself nonetheless. I was always kind of proud of it. Also made a great lighthouse one time outside a compound of mine. That always made me... Why am I going in here? I don't want to go in here. I want to go to my portal. One that says Trader. So let us map across the ocean to the other side, to a new continent. Well, okay, technically it's a new island, but close enough. And I've kind of went out of my way to try to make this gate somewhat protected against, you know, anything that happened to be coming along. And over here, I have the rest of my gold supply. Not to mention some extra, not to mention some extra materials for, you know, copper ore and tin that I could have used right off the bat instead of mining everything. Oh boy. Well, this is probably more fun anyway. And we'll talk to Haldor, and I still don't have the cash I need for that bloody belt. 950 is needed. I'm 115 away? No, 215 away. Curses! The time will come. Oh yes, the time will come. You'll also notice that conveniently I have smelting cores, fine wood, great ore 5s here. You might suspect reasonably that I intended to use that in exploring this area. Say if I were to locate a swamp or something. If you go dive into a couple of dungeons, you might get enough coins to get it. Yeah, and heaven knows, there are crypts. I have identified a number of crypts in this region. I mean, I don't even have to go back to here, which is good because, you know, that's a long walk. More crypts over here than I found over there. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's hit at least one of these guys. Well, yeah, we can still do it. I can get there before night falls. Although it does occur to me that I'm going in there with absolutely no food eaten. And that maybe a smarter person than me would say, gee, wouldn't it be grand if I went back to my base and rested up for the morning and got some food? Crazy talk. I usually call burial chambers dungeons and leave the crypts to the actual crypts in the swamp. I'm pretty generic. I basically just call them all crypts. Sunken crypt, burial crypt, crypt, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. It's all the same. It's a place I gotta go inside, find some stuff, loot some stuff. It's all the same. That said, I guess I should probably make a torch or two. I know technically you probably don't really need a torch in there, but I find that it's a little easier for me to see things, and plus if I'm doing a stream, it's easier for the people watching to see what's going on. So, let us go to the nearest crypt. I am an idiot. Why am I an idiot? Because I did all that and didn't do the food. You don't need a torch, but you need a torch. Foodstuffs. Do I have any foodstuffs left here, or did I take it all? Puke berries don't count. Have a carrot. Have a strawberry. Have some meat, because last thing I want to do in there is not have any health. Cook, cook, cook. And I only picked up one of them. Dagnabbit. One of them's probably on the floor. No, I picked it up. It didn't look like I picked it up, but I picked it up. It can it can be pitch black when night falls on a dungeon. You mean inside? Honestly, I've never noticed a difference. Dag. Excuse me. Had a little something caught in the throat there. Dagnabbit, love that phrase. I'll eat my meat once I'm at the crypt. Move torch in the axe spot because, well, even though I'm not going to need it, I can't help but label it. So the nearest crypt is actually across the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Valheim is just a dream. Okay, stamina up a bit. And into the agua. I think I'll approach from this side. It's more shallow. Heard it from a YouTube channel, and it has a ring to it you like. Oh, look, it's the skeletons. I honestly thought I'd cleaned you guys out. Nom 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 nom. Shield off. Torch in. Enter the burial chambers. Ordinarily I like to go right when I do these things, but I think I'm sorry, I usually go left when I do these things. But since we have that open area on the right, we'll start with that. Yes, I am grabbing yellow mushrooms. I like having ingredients. Oh man, a Surturling core right off the bat. That bodes ill. That means there's probably something really horrible waiting for me. Like a spawner! Ah! That takes care of the spawner. Let's see where the Elder is. Oh, he's right there. I can't imagine how I could have known that. Yes, I do concede that I am easily amused sometimes. Take the coin. I don't really need the flint head arrows. I'm already graduating to bigger and better things. Okay, so it looks like the right side was pretty much a lot of, well, I can't say it was a lot of nothing because, you know, it had a ruby, had some gold, had 2 cores. I can't really complain. Oh, is that a 2-star guy? He's a 1-star guy. Hi there, skeleton. There's a guy with arrows in there. Okay, I think we've stopped the initial onslaught. Let's keep going right first. Oh, that was a door to nowhere. Really, whoever built these burial plots, these burial crypts, I am unimpressed with their logic and design. Then again, I blame Odin. Another core. Cores are nice because they'll allow me to build more portals. Although, eventually the time's going to come where cores will no longer really be a problem because I will have a virtually unlimited source. But that lies ahead. That still lies ahead. Ah, it's a ghost! Now the ghost is a serious potential problem. Or at least it used to be. Oh, nuts, that's a 2-star guy. I had my back to the 2-star guy? Okay, I gotta take this guy seriously. There we go. Two-star skeletons to take seriously, but on the other hand, at least he was guarding some stuff, like more Certain cores, more rubies. I was kind of hoping for more coinage stuff, but well, you take what you get. Hey, was that something in there? Did I miss something? Oh, I was seeing things. More's a pity. Okay, I've kind of sidetracked myself and lost track of where I've been. Okay, I know I came from that way. Did I go in this way yet? I clearly went that way because the door is open. I clearly went this way because this door is open. So this way should lead me back out. Yes. And that brings us to door number 3. Okay, that's straightforward enough. Hi, skeleton. Bye, skeleton. Alas, only mushrooms on this side. Maybe we'll have more luck on this side. Well, there's a chest here. Good things can usually be found in chests. If nothing else, my supply of yellow mushrooms is increasing by the second. Oh my, there's a lot of skeletons. Honestly, I was expecting to see a spawner in here with that many skeletons in here. Dead end here. But hey, we got mushrooms. In fact, since my strawberry is about to fade out on me, let's chow down a mushroom. By the way, just remembered something to get. Tin in a boatload, embraced a Viking tradition and went on coastal raids along the Black Coast. Pre-visited there and marked all tin spots and clustered and sailed up there, stopped next to a few, mined them and moved on. That is a very Viking thing to do. Okay, well this seemed to be not as impressive an open area as I was hoping it would be. I think we've exhausted the possibilities of this crypt. Let's take a look at the income, shall we? 57 plus 5 rubies and 4 amber. 20, 120, 170. I think 170 is enough. I think that's enough. And it's still daylight. Well, since I'm here, let's grab some berries. And speaking of diving in, swimming my way back to the trader. Look, buddy, I just beat up a whole bunch of your relatives, so stay away. Pesky skeletons. Oh, those... yes, deer meat. Well, far be it from me to pass up deer meat. And I don't need all these bones, so we'll take the deer hide, because I can use a deer hide. Oh boy, aren't these a lot of felled pine trees. Those are the legacy of my epic battle with the Elder. An epic battle because the Elder kind of beat the tar out of me a lot worse than he usually does. Previously, going up against the Elder, no deaths. With this guy, 3 deaths. I was flabbergasted. It wasn't pretty. Ah, no room in inventory. Oh well. No, so you only have a leather helmet. Why not upgrade to a copper one? Well, mainly because it was laziness. Plus, you know, I don't think it was so much a copper one, but it would be the bronze one, I think. I don't think they have a copper helmet, but I'm pretty sure it's a bronze helmet they do have. And I just couldn't get myself all that invested in the bronze materials. Let's put the cores in here for now. That'll open up the space for the inevitable. Ah! I miscounted. Nuts. I'm still short. 38 short. Oh, that hurts. That really stings. And frankly, I find that intolerable. So, we're gonna take another dive into another crypt. Speaking of which, let's X that one out. I will not rest until that belt is mine. That said, once I get the necessary cash, that's it. We're going to head back out and get it, because I don't need more searchling cores at this exact moment. Of course, all that said, if I need them, I know where to get them. That's why you always mark these things on your map. Who do I think is the hardest boss? That is a toughie. Bone Mass was pretty rough. I gotta tell you, Bone Mass, with all the ads he could produce, that was not fun. I mean, yes, I know there are better ways to fight him off and deal with him. Doing the whole go onto the treetops and pepper him with arrows until he dies, but I couldn't bring myself to do that. Extra killing to get coal twice as fast. Yeah, I get that. But honestly, Yagluth was really horrific. Because not only was he, you know, big, bad, nasty, and all that stuff, Fooling's ads are horrible. when you're fighting the biggest bad, the currently end game boss, and then you have a bunch of foolings show up just to say hi. That's rough. 1 second here. Gotta get rid of spam. Pesky spam callers. Open sesame and... Oh, there's a guy. Mushroom, mushroom, mushroom. Love the shrooms. Is that the one I wanted to get? Or is there another one in here first? Yeah, that was what I wanted. Sometimes I get a little turned around. Ah! Spawner! Get out of here! And amazingly, it didn't have anything spawned in. Whoa! Yeah, you know, in hindsight, blocking with my torch was probably not the smartest thing in the world. Haven't fought Yagluth because I'm scared on the plains. And 2, I kind of want to leave him because once I beat him, I have no purpose of playing the game again until further updates. Well, you know, you could always go with the epic building at that point. But I'll tell you the scariest thing about taking out Yagluth. The scariest thing about taking out Yagluth is that then you have to worry about foolings wandering around at night in the plains, in the meadows and in the Black Forest. Talk about things you do not want to deal with. Alright, we've got it. We've got it. We've gotten all the cash we need. So I'm going to make, the one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that this side is swept. Because that's just how I roll. Oh, I've already been here. Okay, this side is swept. So I'll leave the right-hand side for a future visit. I have zero engineering skill to make big builds. And I'll tell you what, too. One of the things that make big builds rough is the fact that in order to get really epic buildings, you need to have a bunch of iron posts. And the iron posts, well, obviously they take iron. And you may find that you need your iron for all sorts of other stuff. Not to mention, of course, that the number of iron posts you might need might be slightly prohibitive, to say the least. Oh, it's one of the dead areas I died. What did I leave here? Oh, that's right. I had spare seeds here. We don't need them anymore. Yeah, I think I might have mentioned something about dying a few times around the Elder. But yeah, Yagluth, you want to have lots of fire resistance available. And you're going to want to have your health, you don't want to have just about your health and stamina potions available. You want to have as much as you can possibly carry as far as health stuff. You know, I get the impression that I might have been doing some mining here at some point. Of course, then I left it inside the chest over here. Okay, big guy. This time you're going to... Why am I carrying a stag head? This time you're going to give me what I want. Yeah, laugh it up, buddy. Yes! Megging Lord. Megging. I'm not entirely sure about the whole Norse pronunciation, but suffice it to say, it is the big, strong, tough. Yeah, I don't say. Iron isn't my main problem. I'm going to make it because you have a base next to a swamp with 10 crypts. Nice. I think I'm going. No, we'll leave the. We're going to leave the portals here for a little longer. Maybe eventually I'll move them to the main base too. And the main base is where we're going to go and wrap things up. Dump off my food, ingredients, all the good stuff. And I guess technically speaking, I can always just build a portal here. Yeah, when the time comes for me to start building the stone walls, I have plenty of raw material here. I don't know if it'll be enough, which is a scary thought all by itself. But there will be plenty. Okay, we have the wooden here, so that means this is the cooking area. Edible, edible. Oh Christ, I've got like 60-some mushrooms. Carry that with me and put the blueberries in here for now. Deer. Oh, that's ingredients. Oops. Thistles. Stack the coins. Over here we will... Oh, nuts! Okay, that's bad. Having a brute in my headquarters is bad. Well, since he's keeping his back to me, what the hell? Yeah, Grey Dwarf brutes are not something you want around trashing your place. I'm lucky things are still intact. Key ripes. It's time to rest up. Okay, we are at the 5 o'clock hour here over in Eastern Time, and this feels like a good place to wrap things up. Got a bit accomplished here. We got the home base pretty much built up where it needs to be. The workshop area isn't quite there yet, but that requires aforementioned stonework, which will require the swamp stuff, which will require other stuff. Don't know why people are scared of grinding. It can be tedious, but it's also relaxing. Yeah, everyone has their own methods of relaxation, and you know, in many ways, you could define just about all the methods as kind of a grinding. I know in EVE Online, for example, a lot of people find mining, asteroid mining, very relaxing. Not a whole lot to do there. They just kick back, read a book, hit the button a few times. I don't mind grinding if it gets you somewhere. And in Valheim, I feel like it does get me somewhere. I don't think I need these corpse things anymore. I know where everything is. So, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that sort of thing. It's if the grind doesn't really get you anywhere, then it has to be something you really enjoy doing. Oh, I forgot to put a beam over here. I like to be consistent. Alright, well, we got the base built. We moved some of the stuff off of the old base and moved them here. We fought off a couple invasions the hard way. And we finally got the Uber Belt. Next step, getting the headlight. That'll come. I don't know when the next time I'll do Valheim on stream will be. I tend to do it whenever I have a unexpectedly free day and just feel like sharing the joy. I am usually streaming Star Trek Online on Wednesday nights at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern to 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Or, if you have a different preference, I stream Star Citizen on Saturday afternoons from 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern to approximately 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Thank you all very much for watching, whether you're watching this live or catching it on demand from YouTube or Twitch. I'm especially glad to have you stop by Ace Pokemon. It was great talking with you. Hope to catch you again sometime. Until next time, this is Korith Landwalker, signing off.